I am streaming right now, but I will be posting this video on YouTube. I kind of wanted to do an educational video today where I take 5 of my old paintings and I redraw them. So I painted these in 2019. I was building up my rendering skills at the time, sort of trying to get an understanding of lighting, and yeah. I think I'll be starting with what I deem to be the most basic first, because I haven't done this sort of critical work of my own paintings before, so I haven't done like a redraw really. I'm just gonna save the file. So yeah, this is a new experience for me. But I'm pretty excited, and it's always nice to sort of look back and see how far you've gone, how much you've changed. I have personal music, which I'm gonna try not to hum it. But it's really distracting, Jesus. I need to put something chill on. Where am I? Okay. So I'm going to start with this one. I'll be figuring out the mistakes as we go. I won't see anything straight away, but so an approach I'm going to take with all of these is sort of highlighting the bones of the painting first. So if I turn this down. This is a portrait. She's angling. I already feel like the pose is very awkward. Her chin's very to her neck, but like this kind of looks like she's doing a deep stretch to her neck. Another thing is that the trap, it's sort of starting up here, which says that the skull connects there, which just doesn't work. It makes her neck look really short. So I will be sort of layering the trap, give her neck a bit of breathing room. With this one, like I will be using reference as we go ahead, but with this one I kind of wanted to use it as a warm-up redraw, I guess. So I won't be using reference, which is a big no-no. Always use reference. I'm trying to sort of, I guess, break the ice on the video. So something that I notice is that the nose isn't really following the perspective of the rest of the face. The mouth is also placed a bit oddly, too far down, I feel like, because we're viewing her from sort of a top-down view. She's got her chin towards her neck. So the teeth sort of give that perspective a little bit, which is good. But yeah, I feel like the face could do with a bit of moving around. The eyes are also looking in different directions at the moment. And I think I would foreshorten this eye a little bit to sell the perspective a bit more. So this is actually a character that I redesigned a few years ago. I think I wanted like a mascot for my streaming. And I thought she was quite a fun character, sassy character. but then I realized she's not really representing anything personal to me, so I'm lowering this eye a little bit to match the line that I've made here, and generally this will be my guide with everything. I would put this line a bit closer if we want to be super specific. There. So now we sort of know where the nose bridge will be, which is generally between the eyes. So this side of the nose, this side of the nose had a similar amount of room as this side. It is foreshortened a little bit, but not enough, really. So I've kind of like done that again, keeping a very round shape because I like that. It's cute. I'm already feeling like how challenging this is. I recommend for anyone to do it if they want to like think critically for once. Usually I draw and I go, that looks pretty. Yeah, I'll keep doing that. Okay, so as I said before, the lips, like the top lip, should be closer to the nose, I feel like. And then we have the rest of the mouth moving a bit further up as well. So what I'll do is I'll sort of noodle around a bit with these changes and then look at the before and after and see what I've actually changed, because I reckon I'll be doing a lot of the changes subconsciously and then I'll be able to say why afterwards. And then with the chin, sort of changes direction a bit, like that. I mean, all sorts of chins exist. I just feel like I want to show a bit of confidence with the anatomy this time around. Because I feel like with this one, I was playing very safe shapes. So just a general heart shape, and yeah, this ear will work on that too. Oh, because I always do the pose that I'm drawing, my neck really hurts now because I've been sort of tilting my neck in a similar way. Ouch. Yeah, this is not a comfortable pose at all. So this is the Loomis head, which helps a little bit with ear to eye placement and comparing it. Don't need to be super strict with it really, but it gives like an idea. Yeah, I miss my reference dearly. Okay. So, something I've just noticed. In the old drawing, The skull shape is sort of suggested to poke out here, whereas the ear is below here. So from the side, you know, you've got kind of this shape to the skull coming out here, but then this suggests that the ear is like down here. Which looks weird. So if we'd place the eyes around there, the ear would probably come up around here somewhere. Have it level with the eyes a little bit, the top of the ear. Instead of down here. So what I will do is lift this a little bit. But on this drawing, the problem was more so that this, like, that in part of the head was too far up. So I'm going to be bringing the head down a little bit. Like that base part of the skull. I don't really like this pose too much. Firstly, it's making me do it in real life because I can't stop myself from trying to copy the pose and it hurts. And then, yeah, it just kind of looks like she's trying to stretch rather than a sort of sassy look to her or something. There we go. So with hairlines, it helps a lot to just find the hairline before you start drawing a hairstyle. That's an approach that I like. It's not a strict approach. So yeah, I quite like the split of the hair being around here. That's quite nice. I'll get into the hair in a bit, but we're going to create some better shapes for some fun shape language. The anatomy is definitely weird in this area. It kind of looks like the cheekbone is overlapping the temple, which gives the impression of swelling at the cheekbone. There's not a lot of connection. Whereas it's a transition. It's not as sharp of a change where the cheekbone's going to come out here and just block off the view of the hairline. I do like that she has higher cheekbones, so I'll be keeping that detail. So I'm going to be showing that on this side where you have not the horizon of the face, but yeah, let's say the horizon of the face. I'm sure my terms will become better as the video goes on. Hopefully. Okay, so I'm going to use this as kind of a guide because this is supposed to be a paint over, so I'll be painting over. I'm going to remove this white background, it's really distracting. Much better. Ooh, I kept it. That's cool. Kept it in my lines. I love Clip Studio. It's beautiful, beautiful program. There we go. Alright, so I'm going to copy that and now I'm going to paint over it. I don't know why I'm in the watercolor brushes here. Let's change that. I'm just gonna use a basic brush because, yeah. Alright, so first of all, I'm changing the angle, the pose. So let's just grab this whole head and just relax it just a little bit. Doesn't need to be as extreme as it is. Like that. I'll be changing the values of the hair, but for now I'm just going to pick what's there and just focus on the anatomy first so we can get the bare bones of the portrait fixed. So right now I'm not focusing on color or value, I'm just changing up the pose. Yeah. We'll add a trap here. Alright, so I would lift this up and in a little bit. Oh, chain brush. And suggest more of a chin, like a change in direction. Again, all sorts of chins exist, but I just want to show a bit of confident shape language. So the middle of the mouth I feel like would be higher because let's just pretend that, God, these brushes. Let's just pretend that she's got like a closed mouth for a second. I think it would be like around here, right? And when she's opening her mouth, it's the lower part that will move the most. So with that in mind, yeah, the middle point of the mouth could be a bit higher. And her teeth look like they're so tiny right now, like literally like this, like that's, wow. We don't need to see all of the teeth in this tiny little opening, so I'm just going to suggest that the teeth carry on back there. I feel like we would see a hint of the upper teeth as well. Okay, this is starting to be fun and less nerve-wracking, so that's good. Again, I'm like so excited to play with the colors and stuff, but I'm gonna try stop myself from that right now. We will also work on the faces of the face, the structure of the face. So, right. That's the before. Okay, so yeah. I think the mouth looks a bit better now. There was this weird like pillow shape before where it was kind of like the mouth was coming out like this. I've sort of made it come round instead. I mean, I kind of like the shape where it's heavy underneath. It's quite fun. Like a... yeah, it's quite fun, but I think it was a bit too crazy. Another thing I'll do, which is just a fun detail, is she's wearing lipstick, so I'm gonna paint the inner part of the lip where the lipstick usually isn't. Otherwise it would be rubbing off of the teeth when she closes her mouth. Yeah. that kind of shows that she's over pouting a little bit as well, which is fun. There we go. So I'll go from here to the nose. It kind of looks like if we bring back the middle line, it looks like the nose is too far to the left. So I'll be chopping it off here and then bringing back the hint of the other side. Listening to Into the Unknown right now by Aurora. It's very appropriate. Yeah. I'm just gonna highlight where the nose bridge would be to help me out a little bit here. So she's got a bit of a swoop. So I'll bring that back a little bit. And then just to help out, I'm going to bring back some mid-tone here. Help me see where the faces are of the nose. I want to bring back how kind of round it is, so I'm gonna do that. Because I'm not trying to do same face syndrome, I'm just trying to, you know, update. Update my painting. I'm just gonna deepen the value of the nostrils. There we go. Yeah, so it does look like in the original the nose is more downturned, but I think it was just the safe shape that I went with when I didn't know what to do for the nose. So what I used to do was just like, okay, we have triangle and then like this. That was my that was my safe shape. But now we've got nostrils. She can breathe. It's great. So the smile line is coming from the nose, which is good. But I'm just gonna, again, like it's not gonna overlap the nostril. So I'm just gonna bring it out a little bit. Like I have a lot of overlapping shapes, which is just because I was getting used to the anatomy of the face, which is fine. But yeah, it's gonna be face fat and skin pushed up by the nose. So I kind of want to, instead of using just a black line, I'm going to bring more shade into it so it kind of looks like more of a fold in the skin rather than just a line, you know. if it was just like, if this piece was very line art heavy, I wouldn't mind the line because it's just part of the style, but like obviously there's shading here and around the eyes, so I think it was worth working on. So yeah, generally the skin is darker around the nostril, so it's not just shading that will change like the sides of the nostril into this dark color. Generally your skin is darker there as well. If it were lit the same, it would still be darker. So yeah, I'm getting too much into the colors now, which I will get into, so I'm just going to leave that there. But I need to make better shortcuts. This is so fiddly. All right. Okay, I'm gonna work on the eyes next. So yeah, one of the first things I notice is how the eyes are pointing in different directions. We've got this eye, which kind of looks like it's looking up past her hair, and then this eye is just fully looking at her hair. So, yeah. Another thing is I would either bring this eye down or bring this eye up. It kind of depends on what features you want, I guess. And then when I talk about colors and values, I'll get into this more, but the whites of the eyes are way too bright. It kind of looks like they're emitting light. So darkening those down just makes such a big difference. So I'm going to bring this eye down a little bit. So I know there's a light source coming from the right. It's pretty bright. It's giving like a nice color transition. We've got cool to warm, which is nice. What I'll be doing is I'm going to be rendering as though that light source isn't there. And then we'll be adding it back in, because I think that will just make this whole process a lot easier to process. This process a lot easier to process. So I'm just gonna get rid of this light source for now. It'll come back. She'll be back. Because then we can look at the skin hues, or rather lack of skin hues. Which will be nice. And then we can work on adding a light source, which is like a nice way to approach a painting. If you want to experiment with light, you sort of just get everything else down correct first, the anatomy, the shading, all that. Okay, so I'm getting rid of this people for now. I wish this brush was less like streaky. It's so streaky. Apparently this fixes it. I'm gonna try it now. Yeah, it makes it a bit better. kind of rude, not really. Okay. So I'll be changing the eye shape a little bit. I'll be rounding this part, because if you have like a face that's in this perspective where, God, I'm really warm. 1 second. Whew. Where you've got this eye turned away and this eye is closer to the camera, right? Facing the camera a bit more. This part of the eye would be more rounded, because if you think of the eye as a 3D shape, it's pretty it's like a sphere, and you've got skin folding around it. So if the eye is facing you, that curve, that bottom curve, will be less obvious because the eye is closer to facing you, right? So yeah. And then this part of the eye as well, it would sort of overlap here a bit more. Kinda like that. Just showing, like, trying to show the 3D part of it. There we go. Anyway, let's carry on. So yeah, again, I'm gonna darken the eyes. When choosing a color, something close to the skin color usually looks quite nice. Like just slightly, like that. And yeah, we're just gonna round out the bottom. Show how this part of the eyelid folds over like that. And we've got like the tear duct around here. Not tear duct. The thing. The thing. This kind of video is great because it shows what terms I need to learn as well. So that I'm not just going like, oh yeah, that thing, and then that Oh my god. How long have I been muted for? I've been talking this entire time. I said hi to both you, Jan and Ben, but I don't think it's come through. I don't know. Oh my god. I can't believe that. That's crazy. I've yapped so much. I've even drawn little, like, explanations of what I mean. Wow. Yikes. Oh well. I love technology so much. I'm gonna do... I'm so upset. I'm gonna do overlay. Well, now you get music as well, so that's nice. It's just been a mute stream so far, I guess. Yikes. That's fine, we're just on the first one. So I will be posting this to YouTube, but basically I'm going through my work that I did in 2019 and trying to improve it. I've got 5 pieces. This is the first one. So, okay. Oh. Forgot that the mouth and the face was a separate layer. That's funny. Alright, so there's the before and after. I'm very happy. Yeah, I did explain every change that I made, but I've been muted, so, you know, it's fine, it's fine. At least I found out now and not 5 paintings later. But yeah, just to do like an overview of what I've changed. I drew over the original and tried to sketch more of a natural pose. So the original pose kind of looks like she's stretching. It looks like she's stretching her neck. The trap that's in the hair doesn't really make sense because it sort of assumes that she's almost got no neck, very short neck at least. So I made more of a natural pose. I brought the head up just a little bit, keeping the tilt and the perspective. And I fixed that trap side. Just sort of, you know, I lowered it like that. It assumes there's more of a neck. I also changed the hair into more of a graphical shape. So I watch Cynics a lot and he says that the hair is great for just sort of complementing the rest of the portrait. So I used a lot of shape language to basically point arrows at where I want the viewer to look at. So we've got this strand here. Oh, there we go. This strand is like pointing towards the mouth area, and then we've got these strands just pointing towards the eyes, or this eye particularly. And And basically the rest of the hair is just used to communicate a personality. So based on her expression, she's quite angry, she's maybe quite a fiery person. The hair is chaotic, it changes a lot in stroke thickness and direction, just to sort of describe that. In the original, I use a lot of safe shape language as well. So generally, when you use round shapes, it's very comforting. It's like a safe shape to use when you're drawing, when you're kind of unsure of what's going on, you know. So instead, I used very purposeful, confident shapes that really describe a direction. It creates a better silhouette, but it also means that there's room for me to use shapes on purpose. Because I have so many sharp, harsh shapes, I can use round shapes to, again, redirect focus. So I have this curve here to create a contrast in the shape language. So this area stands out because the rest is very sharp, very angular. So because this area stands out and it's by the eyes, it sort of brings you back to the eyes again. Yeah, and then we had a light source in the original as well. A lovely warm light source. I liked how I used cool and warm colors. But I definitely wasn't very confident with the structure of a face and all the planes that a face has. For example, the cheekbone overlapped the ear, and then the ear was kind of tucked away, sort of almost parallel to the neck rather than being connected to the head. So yeah, it was a lot of anatomy change. How confident you are when you're drawing the piece shows through. And, you know, even if you can just fake confidence, a great way of doing that is just creating very purposeful shapes with a lot of personality. Like, just this doesn't really describe the anatomy correctly, but because it's confident, it's like, I'm not going to question it. And it's not by the main focus either, so I'm not going to really tweak that for it to be correct. It's fine, whatever. Yeah. So another thing I worked on was like the eyebrows. Again, like a very soft shape. It doesn't suggest anything. It sort of, well, it suggests an expression, but I wanted to just empower that with like more of an interesting bend to this eyebrow, keeping the expression and everything. I liked the style choice of using these blush lines, or graze lines, whatever. I sort of kept them, but again, like, I made one the thickest, this is the thinnest and smallest. So you've got big, small, and middle. When you have big, small, and middle shapes, it's generally quite appealing to look at. And then I would say my last note is where to use soft shapes and where to use soft edges and where to use hard edges. So a tutorial I watched before sort of said that if you're drawing like strictly a line work piece, like this for example, where you draw your lines, you can interpret that for where to have your soft edges, no, your hard edges, sorry, when you're rendering. So I drew a line here, for example. I'll just turn off the lighting so it's easier to show. Here you can see I have a hard edge, a very, very hard edge. Or for example, when I drew the nose in the original, I used my lines around the nose like this. That's also a nice place to have hard edges. Here as well, the silhouette of the nose, nice place to have a hard edge. Or the eye bag, it's a nice place. These wrinkle lines where I did use hard lines again, you've got a transition from a hard line where you would draw the line work, and then upwards there's a gradient and downwards there's a gradient. Generally, if you have a lighter gradient on one side and a darker gradient on the other, it will sort of suggest like a fold or a dip or something. It suggests a change in direction when you think about like the 3D shape. So I've got some hard lines here, and then I've got a dark gradient going up here, a bit darker, and a light gradient going down here. So that means that this shape is in light and this shape is in shadow. So just creating that difference describes how you would think of this face in 3D. And then around like the mouth corners, you've got like a dip, and then around that dip you've got a donut shape. So it generally kind of looks like this. And again, like I've described that shape with a hard edge here and a soft gradient going up, and you've got a hard edge here and a soft gradient and a soft gradient on the other side. And yeah, if you just play with where you put your darker values and your light values, you can see the effect it makes. It's pretty fun to play with that. I think those were my biggest takeaways when improving this. Yeah. I think I'm ready to move on. I'll bring the light back. There we go. Oh, thank you so much, Jen. I'm now talking. I was talking about the improvements the whole way, but yeah, I was muted without knowing it. Oopsie. Mic stream. Yeah. So let's go to the next one. This time I'll be Chan. I don't want to spend too long on this next one because I don't really like the painting. It makes me feel uncomfortable. I don't know why, but I'll bring it up. Just gonna hide these layers. Improvement 1. Okay, this is what I'm working on next. I don't know, she looks so evil, yet she's just on her phone. I'm not sure, I don't remember the story behind this. I don't know. I think I actually used it for my art account, like a profile picture or something. But yeah, it's pretty scary. I'm gonna go ahead and remove the white background, the blinding white background. If you've got dark paintings like this one, definitely don't put it on a white background. It will make the viewer very uncomfortable in terms of it's hard to look at. It also kind of like, I feel like white generally washes out a lot of colors as well. Sometimes. It's good to use though if you want to kind of make almost like clickbaity images for like Instagram or something, because on your profile grid, when you have like a good character silhouette against a white background, it's going to really pop and people will want to click on it. But other than that, please don't do it. Let's just remove this quickly. Oops. I have an Overwatch pillow in this drawing, so yeah, 2019, I was big into my Overwatch. And then Overwatch 2 happened, and then, well, Marvel Rivals is better now. Okay, let's get rid. So just like last time, I'm gonna try and process what's going on here with a oversketch. I'm gonna use the same pink color, it's quite nice. Nah, I'm not. Dark, there we go. Okay, so we've got a person. The eyes line up with the ears pretty well, so that's good. We've got big scary eyes with the red eyes. With a red eye color, which is an interesting choice. We got the Pixar expression again. Yeah, I think we'll have a go at making a better hairstyle again, something more graphical. But for now I'm just gonna draw where I would imagine the hairline to be, which is a nice way of sort of, if you want to critically look at your artwork from a hairstyle point of view, it's nice to map out where you think the hairline would be. So we've got quite a nice big shape, which is fun. Don't fix it yet, I'm just gonna highlight. And then, yeah, we've got jumper. Big shape. I think the biggest issue with this drawing is just like the colors are so muddy. It's a lot of black shading on vibrant colors, which I'll get into. Yeah, okay, I get it. I'm just gonna go ahead now and duplicate this, then we're gonna start painting over. So something that I noticed, generally symmetry is like really pretty to people, to our eyes. We like symmetry. I'm gonna move over her legs to the right a bit so that we have the cross of the legs sort of in the center line of this person. Why can't, oh, there we go. So alright, so we've got this center line now. That's a bit nicer, some symmetry. I'm just gonna focus on this silhouette and we can add some pillars back in afterwards. Alright, so let's make a nice sort of divide from where the elbows and knees are, because that's one thing I notice. This is just like one shape and it's supposed to be like the elbows and the knees. We've got, that's better, some divide there. It's just because the silhouette plays a big part in describing what's going on. So I'm going to create a more obvious silhouette. That's why it's really nice to not have any tangents, so... so let's see if I can find another tangent. So for example, the phone here tangents with the hand perfectly. So like, you don't really notice the hand. The phone just sort of spawns from it. Another tangent is the cup sort of aligning with the top of the phone perfectly. Tangents are another thing that I do when I'm not feeling very confident. I just want to follow from one shape to another. So we've got the same here where we've got this part of the sleeve tangenting with, I guess like the elbow divide. And you've got the same happening on the other side. We've got the bottom of the hand tangenting with the bottom of the jumper there. We've got the top of the lid tangenting with the big shape here. I think the head... Oh yeah, we've got this tangent. Yeah, generally this kind of looks like it's just following a line as well. But yeah, so I think what I want to do is I want to create some more obvious shapes. Oh my god, I drew the red lines on on what I'm working on. Great. So the first one I'm going to work on is like the phone, the prop area. Here's the bottom of the jumper now. So we've got that tangent gone. So because that is on this sort of angle, maybe I can have the hand doing this sort of angle. So we haven't got parallel lines either, because that's another way to create interest, where you've got, it creates a bit of, a bit more like of a dynamic composition where you've got things going against each other rather than paralleling. I have no idea what color to pick up right now. We'll get on the colors later. So if we bring the hand out here as well, we don't have that tangent with the phone anymore. Then let's create like a bit more of an angle with the phone like this, so it's like perfectly horizontal, I guess, like that. So we've got, there we go, more of a silhouette for the phone. The lid we can bring down a little bit, or the cup, we can bring it down. So now we fix that tangent. I was nearly going to tangent again with the end of the lid with the phone. So what I've done instead is I've broken that shape, and now I've got this, which is a lot more interesting overall. So yeah, there's a lot of noodling, but it's just making sure that your shapes can sort of stand alone, can be independent, I guess. This hand we're just going to bring back a little bit. Alright, okay, so we have this part of the sleeve, which can go into here. Actually, no, that wouldn't make sense. We want to... There we go, break that. So I'm just really just like fixing the bare bones of the painting right now. I'm not focusing on colors or values at all. We'll get to that nightmare in a bit. So yeah, here, for example, we've got another tangent with the leg and the arm. It's just like, boom. We can create more of a break by doing something like this, and then something like that. So now we've got this silhouette with the arm against the leg. And we'll just copy that on the other side. So this time I'm creating a bit more interest by, instead of having just like a tube, I'm creating folds in the clothes for more of an interesting silhouette again. So keeping like in mind the comment I made on symmetry, I'm gonna bring this sleeve out to match where the other sleeve ends. That way we have these elements in kind of a symmetrical place if you keep in mind where the middle line is, like that. I'm a color noob anyway. Color's goddamn scary. I feel like it's genuinely one of the things you can just never stop learning about. Because it's just, there's so many factors to it. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna put my phone on charge quickly. And yes, I'll be like 5 minutes. I am back. Hello. Just trying to post something on my Instagram. Because I always forget to do that. Saying that I'm streaming. But of course my phone's not connecting to the Wi-Fi. Wow, I come back and it's connected to the Wi-Fi. Amazing. Found the perfect music. No, it's good enough idea. I'm gonna change the music. It means everything. Oh, God's sake, lost the internet again. I don't get that. Alright, anyway, let's carry on. Okay. Alright, I'm creating a bit of a shoulder shape. There we go. Ugh, I'm so impartial to this drawing. I'm just like, meh. But we keep going. We keep treading. Right. So, we're gonna use big, small, medium again. So, we've got the biggest shape, which is up by the face, which I kind of like. I'm gonna keep that. Big shape. And then maybe a little shape in the middle to create a bit of randomness. Maybe this one's down here a bit, and then we've got the big shape continues like this. So I'm just using like shell shading to do the bare bones of it at the moment. This is all gonna get painted over anyway, but like with something like this I really don't know where to start. There we go. Alright. Fun, interesting, yippee. We've got the big shape on top and then little shape bottom, then we've got the medium shape. Generally I just do that with anything that's repetitive. Alright, now we're gonna work on this evil little gremlin's face, the structure of it. So, the hair is very round shapes again, very safe. It doesn't feel very purposeful. I like the asymmetry of the bun, but I think if you're gonna have a simple image like this, if you're gonna go big, then go big, you know, like really just why not? And using sort of the logic of the last one as well, I'm creating like little hair things as well, like little strands, little flyaways. There we go. I'm not really sure what the mood of this piece is, so I don't know what to do in terms of like a graphical shape, because again I want to use the hair as a support for the rest of the portrait, I guess. So I'm just gonna leave the hair till last and figure out what this expression means. What is she thinking? I don't know. I like that I'm experimenting with like a top-down light. There seems to be a lot of different lights going on at the moment. Yeah, let's just go basic with it. So we've got our reference up here. I think what's going to be easier is just kind of covering this and then working from nothing. To be honest, the eyes just scared me. Okay, so we've got a blank canvas. First of all, something I can tackle. Let's do the ears like more of a triangular shape. So even though it's all rounded and it's cute and chibi, we've got a direction to the shape. It's not just a circle. I come across as a circle hater, but it's just like, it's the default that I went to all the time back then. So I try to not make everything too circle. So the hair was tangenting with the ear on the side, so I'm just breaking up the shape again, using the same logic for the phone and the cup. Okay. So let's get sketching, because I need to sketch. We got the nose here. It's quite a pointy nose. You know what, I'm gonna go ahead and make her evil because, I mean, clearly that's what we're going for. We've got pointy ears. Let's make them sharper because now I know. Okay, the mood is evil, right? Pointy ears. It's giving gremlin. Let's go for that shape language. We've got a pointy nose, like the original. Upturned is also giving kind of bats, gremlin. Look at that. We got a little bat girl. I swear I am taking this seriously, I swear. Let's try and find where her nose bridge would be. We did a swoopy nose in the No, I've been muted again. Oh my god, I can't believe it. What? That's crazy. Ugh. I need two screens so I can see what my OBS is doing. Damn it. Okay, well. So basically, we've got kind of a batty girl. Her phone is turning her evil. So she's got like pointed ears, pointed nose, batty eyes with diamond iris pupils. And it's all happening in the light of the phone, right? I can't believe that. Well, thank you to any viewers who are here in just a muted stream. That's, yeah, you didn't even have music, bless. Oh well. Let's put the original to the side. There we go. So what I was saying was, when doing this underlining, which is really fun, I think in the original one that I did, I was kind of panicking quite a lot because it's like a less obvious lighting scheme compared to the ones you'd see every day. So what I was saying was you can make it a lot easier for yourself if you sort of section it in like, okay, I'm going to do sort of light shadow tones like this, like light mid-tones. And then I'll create like deeper shadows like this. And then I'll create like the harsh shadows, like shadows that I cast onto other things. Makes it a lot easier to process what's happening, because essentially you're having to make up a scene in your mind, like a somewhat 3D scene, and then light it, which is pretty hard to do when considering all the factors at once. So if you can chop it down in any way, definitely do that. Like here, I think the very tip of the nose would be like darkly lit. And there's a lot of contrast here. Yeah, why not? And then we've got like sort of the shapes that would go into that nose, like that. And I guess this light face that is facing the light would cast shadows. So basically what I was thinking was, I tried to think of her head in a 3D sense, and I would, anything that's facing away from the light, I would color a bit darker, and then anything facing the light a bit lighter. So we've got like the under eyebrow fat bags here that are just gonna catch a bit of light. Both the eyebrows and then part of that forehead. So here's something I've done that I don't like. We've got two parallel lines here. We've got that sharp edge and the eyebrow. So what I'll do, which I've done on the other side, is I'll just direct them away from each other a bit. Creates more of a appealing look. So yeah, so that will do for now to describe what's going on. I'm checking like my audio every 5 seconds now, because I can't be losing this much audio. It's crazy. So in the light, I'll be using a different color, which I've noticed I didn't do in the original, where I've got this blue light, but then I'm using reds and warm colors to do the highlights of the blue light. But really, you know, if you've got a blue light, you want the object to be lit in the same color. So I'm making like kind of a graphical choice to be very clear about where the light is hitting. It would have more of an effect of the overall sort of scene, because your surroundings are what light you. They have a big impact on your colors. So I could sort of cover this in that blue. If I do a clipping mask on my local colors, and then I sort of fill everything. In a blue mask, that sort of makes sense. She's in a dark room where it's dark enough to light her up. So yeah, I'm not sure what I can do about this though. Maybe I can deselect that area and mask out. There we go. So what I will do is add a bit of hue variation in the face, since that is where the focus is. I'm going to be spending some time there. So maybe we can have this sort of blue to like replicate the blush, I guess, or like the redness that she would have in her cheeks. I mean, we can use a bit of red like that. There we go. No, I don't. I think I'm going to use the blue. Yeah. Like that. 1 second, I'll be right back. So I'll be going for some lunch, which is lovely. I'll just mute the mic and the music can stay on. But yeah, I will see you guys in a bit. All right. I'm back. How do I... There we go. Oh. It's not picking up Clip Studio. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna be careful not to mute myself unknowingly. I've spent an hour muted on this stream without knowing it. But he said... Okay, I'm gonna blotch in some quick values. Quick values, fun shapes. That's all I'm really thinking about at the moment. And then we can move on to the next painting to improve. So yeah, I'm not going to go into rendering this one, but I'm just suggesting where the plane changes are. So we'd have folds where the elbows are, and then here. So yeah, a lot less black. When you're shading colors, it's nice to sort of switch the hue. Like this is a lot more of a blue color, and then this is more towards yellow. And then, yeah, back to blue again. And then we can suggest a form with how we paint in the light. So right now I'm suggesting that the collar for this jumper is ribbed. It's just nice to add a bit of texture. And then here where it's out of the main light, we don't have to be so exact with the light direction. Maybe the earlobe bit. Not earlobe, the ear catches the light here. Ear catches the light here. Yeah, so what I would work on a lot if I were to keep rendering this is shifting the hue around. So maybe we're a bit more towards like yellow where the top of the light is here. And then maybe we're a bit more towards purple, where you would have like redder skin. like that. Maybe we can have a bit of a transition color here, like no, that's weird. Yeah, like more towards a pink, I guess. Yeah. I'm gonna get an even darker color for here, because your eyes look at contrast pretty quickly. Yeah, before it looks for saturation, it looks at contrast, so bringing that into where I want the viewers to look helps a lot. So the eyes are somewhere where I want them to look. Maybe this fun part of the eyebrow. So I'll create this shadow on the top of them with this darker color. Okay, I'm not muted. Good. Thank you for the welcome back. I had some soup. It was lovely. Ooh, and I nearly forgot to add like highlights for the eyes. Just does so much. Suddenly their eyes. And we can create a bit of detail with the irises. Like that. Maybe create some hue variation. Just got some blues. Lovely. And then I think I'll create more of a like shadow. Oop. For the tops of the eyes. Like that. So the transition from the skin to the hair, I'm going to use the same logic as the last piece, where it doesn't have to be so harsh. You can have sort of like you can have like transition colors to make it look like more part of their features. It's not just like stamped on hair. I'm also going to add where there's skin here, because the hair doesn't just start at the base of the ear. You've got a bit of skin, a bit of a bold patch. Create some interesting shapes just by making big, small and middle shapes. There we go. And then just to finish off, I'm going to do some highlights in the hair that are the colour of the phone. Because hair's pretty reflective, especially dark hair, you'll find a lot of colours from the environment in black hair, for example. So yeah, I'm thinking big, middle and small shapes again with everything. We can maybe describe what's happening here a little bit by showing where the middle parting is. Creating a bit of shadow. There we go. So when you know where your focus is, you get away with not really giving too much attention to the other parts. If I were to finish this, I would just add some hue variation. I would make the phone a bit more interesting since it's the light source. I mean, a nice little thing we can do is just create like a little glowing sort of border to show like, hey, this is where the light's coming from. Yeah. So there are my edits. I think it's quite fun. Whoops. Yeah, a lot happier with that. Could add the pillow back in. I don't mind the pillows, but yeah. I think that's like the main areas tackled. All right. So next, oops, where'd that go? There we go. Just move that here. Next, I'm gonna work on this. Yeah, this is more of a rendering job really, and sort of maybe working on a better light source. I'm gonna get a reference up for this, mainly so I can sort of try and describe what I mean when I'm making changes. So I will find a straight on reference. Rachel Bradley is someone who does a lot of references. I'll show you some when I bring them up. She's really great for studying poses, expressions, gestures, like hand gestures. They have some great photos, and she herself is an artist as well, which I think gives her the edge on knowing what references we want, because she will use her references, so that's great. I'm gonna use this reference. It's like the most head-on reference I can find. Yeah, I'm gonna bring this into Clip Studio as well, so I can sort of try and visually explain what my thought process is as I break down the anatomy. So I would get into the features, how they change with different races. I would rather do more research on that before I talk about it vocally, so I'll sort of just make those changes because I feel like I haven't got a lot of experience on different races here at this point of painting this person. So I'll just make those changes subconsciously, so they sort of, yeah. And then hopefully in another video I can explain the changes I make. But for now, I kind of, in terms of explaining things, I want to explain anatomy. I want to suggest like a fun lighting. And yeah, just try and make this piece more appealing. I also don't know where she's looking at. I can't tell if she's... I think I wanted to give her like siren eyes, but instead I've just made her look up. So yeah, I will work on it. So the first thing we're going to do is analyze. Try and break it down. So something that I noticed very quickly is that I feel like the cap that she's wearing is sort of stuck on like a sticker. I think this is simply because I haven't given her head, like where her skull would be, enough room. So let's try and figure out the skull shape. So I understand that obviously this is stylized. But there's something quite uncanny about her like cheekbones and jaw that I want to fix. But yeah, let's say that maybe a bit lower actually. Let's say that that's her overall like skull. So the cap has to fit all the hair in as well. And I'm obviously suggesting like she's got quite thick hair. So I think that the hair would at least be able to be pressed down to this, right? And then as soon as it comes out, the cap kind of just is able to breathe. So with that in mind, I think I would make the cap this big. Another thing that I'm trying to do is I'm trying to have like some foreshortening perspective on the sort of the beak of the cap, the beak, which is fine. I would say they come across down like this a bit more and have less of a exaggerated like bend to the front. Obviously there's different types of bends to the caps, but yeah. Okay, with the eyes. They are pretty big. Alright, let's see. So obviously it's stylized, so they can get away with being quite big. Obviously they're too bright again. It looks like she's looking up to her cap, which I don't think is what I was going for. And I feel like they are too symmetrical as well. There's no real expression when it comes to her eyes, which is sort of the same mistake that I made with this girl. Like, her eyebrows are doing something, but yeah, that's not saying anything. Like, even here, just a little bit of asymmetry says a lot. You don't need to go crazy with an expression, but just something. If it's just like a headshot portrait, just something would be nice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give her actual siren eyes. I'm making her look at the camera. Another thing I'll say, because this is a paint over, I'm just gonna leave it as is, but like with portraits that are just directly facing the camera, it's a little bit, it puts you on edge a little bit. It's really good if you want to get like, if you want to unsettle your viewers, or yeah, pretty much that. Or like if your character's looking at something past the camera and you kind of want to show this intensity in their face. It's very dramatic. It can be very dramatic. So I wouldn't usually do it for just a portrait drawing anymore. So what I will do to combat that a little bit is to just make her look to the side. I also want to give her more of an eyelid, which helps that siren look, because it suggests that she's got her eyelids like very relaxed, her top eyelid very relaxed. She's got that sort of sleepy eye. Yeah, I think the eye bags would be a little bit bigger than just this tiny, slim parallel eye bag. So I felt the nose was a bit too small. I'm going to use the inner corners of the eyes as a guide. I like how she has kind of far set eyes a little bit. It adds a bit of uniqueness to the eyes. At this point, I only knew how to do like this shape of nose. The nose itself was probably looking at my own nose, trying to figure it out. But I'm gonna switch to this. It's more unique and accurate. I'm gonna give her a bit of a wide nose bridge because I think that's pretty and a bit ethereal. So I'm trying to give her an expression where she's got like one side of her lip up. However, it's not convincing at all. It kind of just looks like she has very asymmetrical lips. Like this doesn't give me any sort of expression. So I'm gonna try make the lift more purposeful. And maybe you can see like her mouth is open a little bit. You can probably tell, but I was really obsessed with this sort of... Oh, actually I didn't do it here, but where one corner of the mouth is like lifted up. I really love that. And crazy big lower lips, which is... I like it. But the shape is kinda crazy. Like it's just this big thing, whereas we have like two sort of pillows to the bottom of our lip, and I'm just going to use that shape to make it a bit more convincing. I like that I have the bottom part of the donut in this portrait, which if you remember you have like the like dip at the corner of the mouth. And you have like a donut shape around it like this, except this top bit sort of gets blended with that part of the face. So I'm just going to erase some of my guidelines, get a better view of what I'm doing right now. So I like that I've added some beauty marks. I'm going to keep them. I think that's fun. I'm going to make like a pretty obvious one here. And I think if you're going for a theme, just like go for it really. Add some more in some fun places. There we go. I'm gonna create more of a transition between the jaw and the chin. So just making the lines change course a bit rather than just like a straight line. And then I'm gonna give her a bit of cheek fat because it's kind of scary otherwise. And yeah, I'm keeping her cheekbone high, but I'm not gonna have it have... I'm not gonna let it have so much of an influence on the silhouette. The ears, the top of the ears can start at the eyes, and yeah, I'll see what sort of ear shape I want to give. I think maybe something like this is quite nice. So another choice I made was to make the necks really skinny, but I don't like it. It just doesn't make... It just doesn't look sturdy. I just don't like it anymore. So I'm just gonna thicken that up and give her like the beginning of her traps there. So yeah, so far we've got more of a unique face, a bit more realistic, and a bit of an expression as well. I like the thick eyebrows, I'm gonna keep those. So think I will make them a bit asymmetrical. And just, yeah. Just a tad. Don't need a lot, but something. And I will give some like wild strays here and there. I think that will make this piece a bit more interesting and add to the fact that she's got quite thick eyebrows. Gonna get rid of the eye socket guideline. Yeah, so I like this character. I'm gonna thicken her neck more. Maybe she can look a bit more muscular actually. I think that would be fun. There we go. Just bringing the trap muscles up a bit more. And then finding where the collarbones might be. Okay, so this is what we've got. Which I'm already a big fan of. So what I'm gonna do is I'll bring this back and we're gonna paint over because it's definitely more sort of challenging doing that and you're directly working on the mistakes that you're seeing. So that's quite fun. So I'm gonna be basic with the changes I make first. So I'm giving her some cheek fat back in. We have a light source to the right of the face again. I will be adding that later, like last time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint the local colours, which are colours without any lighting. And just pretend like that light isn't there. I really need to thicken that neck up, it's upsetting me. Okay, so just gonna I'm just focusing on silhouette, I'm focusing on shapes right now. So yeah, we're gonna make more interesting graphical shapes with the hair again and use it as a complement for the portrait. She's getting her head back, we love that. There we go. Right, let's fix those lips. Goddamn. I'll also do some fun lip rendering later as well, because it's a really fun thing to render. I'm adding a slight cupid's bow because it really helps with expressions like this to actually like describe where the lip is going. Another thing I've noticed is that not just the eyes but also the teeth are just like way too bright. Oh, yikes. It's hard to sell this expression. We'll just leave the mouth as that for now. Alright. The lips are giving me a hard time, so I'm just gonna go ahead and make these eyes less blinding. I like the eyeshadow. I never give my characters makeup, so let's go for it. Blue and red's an interesting choice with the cap, but alright. But alright. There we go. Alright, there's a lot of like redness under the eyes. Unless this was makeup, it's actually quite cool under the eyes, pretty blue, so I'm gonna just change that. I'm gonna make the nose bridge wider. I'm gonna get rid of this bit of hair, I just don't think it's necessary. Bringing the beauty spots back in, and then I'm just gonna give everything like a mid-tone to work with. So we can be more purposeful with where we're placing our hues. Right, okay, so I'm gonna create like the basic forms that I want to show. So we've got the donut again. Maybe she'll have a slight bed chin. Why not? I'm gonna separate the skin from the hair just with some shadows. I'm gonna create interesting lighting since we have our character wearing a cap. I think it would be cool to have this lighting, this shadow going across her eyes, which means we've got a general light source up here. It's shining downwards. So I'm gonna light the top of the nose. Gonna light this area and the Cupid's bow. We're gonna have a generally dark shadow under the nose. that the nose tip will be casting. We'll work on colours later. I'm gonna light the top of the cheekbones. The nose bridge. And just define her nose a little bit more. Just had lunch, so I'm always like tired after lunch. Just get my life energy zapped out. What I'm doing now is just like defining some shadow shapes and getting a better understanding of this person's face. Gonna add some ears back. So yeah, I think the biggest thing that I noticed about the older one is I felt the face wasn't very interesting. There's a dead expression and yeah. So this helps quite a lot. Just bringing the top eyelid just lower down. Just softening some edges. We've got a lot of hard edges at the moment. Hard edges are a great way to sort of make your characters look older. You can keep a lot of unblended hard edges as long as they stay purposeful as well. Okay, so apart from the shadow, not a lot is telling me that there's a light source above her. So I'm gonna suggest that she's outside, by the way, by adding some blues in the shadow, because the blue sky would be creating a bounce light in the shadows. Also darkening the top of her eyelids as they're in shadow too. And I'm gonna get rid of any of these details in her eyebrows and make more of a graphical shape. Okay, so a fun way to suggest that a character's outside too is like adding like blue highlights from the sky in places. There we go. And then from the sun, maybe a like yellowy highlight. That's not really giving sun at the moment. Alright. Layer modes, you are my friend. Ooh. So maybe she's like stepping out of a room and the sun with like crazy exposure is lighting her up. So when I'm smoothing out the harsh line, I'm adding a red tone. Because of subsurface scattering. So that red is actually like the blood being lit. So there's a lot of that going on in like the tip of the nose and the cheeks. So yeah, when you've got a portrait like this, there's a very effective to do some crazy lighting. Makes it a lot more fun. The light down here just kind of looks like she's wearing a orange shirt. But that's fine. Maybe she is wearing an orange shirt. It looks good. That's why I'm gonna do that. Okay, she now has an orange shirt. Very nice. Yeah. If I wanted to bring back like the hair strand that she has in the middle, I could put it there. I don't like it there too much. I mean, maybe here. Maybe let's create more of an interesting space here by the right eye. It's a nice way to have some asymmetry going on. We can have the front of the cap lit by the same intense sunlight that is hitting her face. So if we have something like this, kind of looks like it is, kind of. Maybe this shapes in the sunlight, and that's why it's only hitting those areas. So here, again, we've got big, small, medium shape. There we go. So yeah, even though there's less rendering in this version, I still like it more than the original because the little bits that have been done are a lot more purposeful. The shapes are better, the anatomy's better. Yeah, the little that is describes pretty well, so that's good. And then just to make this piece more interesting, because it's a portrait, headshot portrait, we can sort of just add some jewelry, maybe like lip jewelry. That's pretty fun. And then just give that a bit of a shadow. And then we can have like earrings. Just placing some very like sharp shadows and highlights because metal is super reflective usually. At least this type of metal is. And a great way to show that is just like adding really confident, high contrast shapes that would follow the shape of the metal, and then grabbing some colors from the rest of your piece and adding them since they reflect what's in their surroundings. Maybe there's some green at the bottom, maybe she's standing on grass. We can use that same logic and add some green bounce light. Oh no, actually we'll add some orange bounce light from her bright orange top onto her jaw. So what's happening is the light would be hitting the orange top from above, and then that same light would be bouncing back up to any surface that's going to catch it. So the bottom of her jaw and her chin, or the parts that are facing the top, would catch it. That's a bit harsh though, and it's very subtle. Very. There we go. Just adding some blue hues where I can. Adding some bounce light at the bottom of her ear. And then, yeah. Gonna add a soft gradient for this crease area. There we go. More of a transition here. Yeah, so it's definitely a more interesting piece. I could do some hue variation in bits. Like she's got kind of hazily eyes instead. That always adds some nice interest. The more hues, the better. It's fun to play around with. Like her lips are just one hue monochromatic. Let's add some different hues. Maybe they are experiencing some bounce light too. On the bottom, soften that a bit. Just putting these lines in the highlights because it kind of describes how like lips have this sort of line texture. Yeah, like in the original I went too crazy with that, too like obvious with the lines just being drawn straight on. Instead you can sort of suggest this where the highlights are. And then another thing I'll do is I'll just like bring the lips to more of a skin color at the corners there. I'll just soften them. Because I'm trying to make these fairly glossy, I'm going to try and add some like high contrast. So again, pretty reflective. Maybe some Skin color being reflected in areas. And then there's a lot of hard edges, so I'm just gonna like find some areas to create some softness. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan of that, to be honest. Maybe I just need some... just like... boom highlights. There we go, it's getting there. Yeah, it's just a lot of noodling around, really. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, this, as fun as this is, I think we get it. I'm just gonna move on in a while and see what I can do with the other paintings. I guess the last thing I want to include is like some dimple. Like that. I prefer it without, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's that for this one, really. Very different. Oh, I forgot to add this light source. Okay, so we're gonna do the same as last time. I'm just gonna paint it on where I think it would go. So I think it would do something like that. Maybe a bit of this side of the nose. Yeah. And then maybe some of the hat here. Here. And this is a nice way to add some detail into the hair, but it could oh, is the music still playing? No. Okay. It could sort of catch some strays. In the hair. So it's like a nice way to describe texture maybe. There we go. And then I kind of like it that color as well, but if we just changed it to like maybe screen. And then if we change the color a little bit. There we go. Like that. So yeah, and then last thing, I would just add a bit more shape stuff here. That's a lot more fun. There we go. Okay, all done. Nice. I ended up not really analyzing this reference image, but I hope that what I did speak about when making the changes was good. So there's the before and after. Yeah, I think it's a lot more interesting to look at. And even though there wasn't as much time spent on the rendering. So yeah, just creating some fun shapes here. There we go, to finish it off. Okay, done. So we have, I'm just gonna put that in a folder. Okay, so we've got the first one, second, and third, and now we've got this one. Oh boy, it's a big one. I left this for last on purpose. Well, not last, there's still another one which is even more. Jesus. Yeah. But I'll leave the Blood Elf one for another day. I wanted to do this one. And now... So... I'm gonna go ahead and just change things in this oversketch process. So... We've got a very, very long neck. That's like really long. And then no traps at all. And then not a lot of form with the shoulders. They're kind of like Adventure Time shoulders. We have a strange pose. And yeah, the anatomy on the torso is a bit off as well. Oh, my PC's lagging a lot. Okay, we've got the ribcage here, and then yeah, the pelvis is pretty low. Could bring that up, and there we go. Yeah. So I'm just gonna start sketching what I would like to change. First of all, let's give some more traps. I think that helps the neck a lot as well already. And add some form to the shoulders. And then we have them going into the traps, and then the elbow down there somewhere. I would say that the back would be more visible from this side, so yeah, we'll give her a trap again here. Shoulder comes up. And then, there we go. I remember spending a long time on this, and I think it's like, it's really funny to look back, because I know this is supposed to be a moon, but every time I look at it, it looks like a croissant. So yeah, we've got 2 croissants, one here and one there. But you know, gotta have themes in our outfit, so if it's a croissant, it's a croissant. Alright. So, the way the head is sitting is very odd. It's not following the body at all. This to me makes more sense, right? Then you've got the eyes going like across like this. You would have the nose somewhere there, and then the lip, and then bottom of the lip. And following the jaw, we've got the ear here. And then we've got a hairline. So looking at how I'm doing this, I would say that in the original the head's quite large as well. I'm gonna create more of a purposeful eyebrow shape. Like this. And yeah, then we've got the moon. I'm gonna make it look less croissant-y by thinning the moon. Yeah, and we'll work on the hair. That's later on, really, but... Okay. Here's what I'm gonna go for, pose-wise. So, the boobie on our left was a bit too high. And the boobie on our right was... the placement was okay. And then we've got the sort of rib cage here. Just a hint of it. I'm gonna get rid of this middle guideline. Got the collarbones. We would get probably some folds here where she's compressing her torso. And then, yeah, a bit of a tummy there. And you'd start seeing the other side of her lip. Like that. Okay, so... Okay. I'm just going on my phone for a minute. I wish my phone would connect to the internet. Oops. Choo. Alright, okay. Not me trying to procrastinate. Fixing this. Alright. Okay, so I'm gonna first of all liquefy things and lasso things. Try and get it overlapping somewhat. Actually, I'll wait on the liquefying because I want to explain why I'm liquefying things. Okay. So. Even if the nose were flat, pretty flat to the face, there's sort of a weird distance between the corner of this eye and the nose bridge and sort of the corner of, oops, that eye and the nose bridge. It's very much the same, which is weird because we have sort of similar like before, you know, this angle. So if we were to put a line down the middle of our face, you can see that, you know, really this should be shorter. So if I just moved the eye inwards, to around there, and yeah, just connected everything else, like I drew the middle line on it. Oh well, it's fine. I still don't quite like it, so I'm just gonna move the left inner part of the eyebrow to the left as well. I did try to explain this before, but I was muted. But basically, the eyebrow bone or ridge protrudes, and the eye sockets where your eyeballs are come under and a bit back towards the skull, right? Like your eyebrow ridge will hang over your eyes, which means that when you move or rotate your head a bit to the side, the bit that is foreshortened or away, which is this side, this side, the perspective of the eyebrows will sort of, it'll kind of look a bit more drastic, I guess. So this could be brought out here, but then on this side we've got eyebrows coming out here, because ignore this middle line. I wish I could get rid of it, but I painted it on the layer. Let's try and paint over it quick. French pastry, glowing pastry on her head. If I try to describe the 3D shape, we've got the eyebrow ridge, and then it comes down, right? And then you've got like the rest of the face where you've got like all these sort of details, the eyebrow ridge. So you sort of see how it's, oh, I've done it on the layer again, silly me. How from the side the eyebrow ridge will be like this, and then you've got the eye, and then like eyelash, eyeball, eyelash, under eye, and then you've got the nose, but you've got this eyebrow ridge, right? So yeah, when you turn that around, the perspective will be a bit different for these parts of the faces. So yeah, another thing is that what color should I use? Yes, this color. When your eyeball is round, it's a sphere. So straight on, you know, your eyelid sort of sits on top, and you've got your thing there, like that. So that's like straight on. If you're viewing this from below, so I'll bring the sphere shape back. From below, the top eyelid will look more sort of curved, and then the oops, there we go. And then the bottom eyelid will kind of look a bit like straighter, but then the top will be curved like that. And then, so if I do like a eye from top perspective and down. Wait, I'm gonna check my mic. Yes, it's on. Okay. this would be like the top eyelid. And then you've got like the bottom eyelid, which is right down there. And then, yeah. So that's kind of like how it would be. Like that. Yes. That's what I was trying to explain earlier, but I was muted for an hour without knowing, which is great. So with that in mind, I'm gonna liquefy this face around and try and get those eyes looking a bit more round rather than just sort of stick it on. So already that's a lot better. I don't want the Pixar expression again, I'm sick of it. So I'm just gonna create some sort of like longing expression, maybe. The Pixar expression was my safe space. Okay, so that's already a lot better, I feel like. Another thing that we want to think about in perspective is the nose. So if we go back to back to this girl, in terms of the shape of a nose, I try and draw on top. So we've got the sort of the tip of the nose, and then that comes in a bit, and then you've got the nostrils, which are kind of like a potato shape, potato sack. And then obviously the hood of the nostrils is a lot thinner at the bottom where it connects. There we go. And then we've got the bridge of the nose, which usually isn't that drastic of a change. Yeah, with this face it feels like it's close to the surface, which is fine. Just kind of like that. And then we've got the dip, and then you would have the top lip looking a bit larger than usual from the front perspective. And like that. And then you've got the so I would say that that's a bit flat looking, so a nice way to fix that is, I'm just going to bring these closer because the middle bit of the nose is quite thin. A nice way to fix that is just sort of making the lips bow a bit like that. And yeah, because we're looking from below, the top lip will look bigger than it usually would be. Okay, so with that overlaid, I'm gonna liquefy this around. Oh no, the middle center line. There we go. Now, that's looking a little bit crazy jaw-wise. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna lift that up, bring everything together a bit. And I'll be painting the underside of the neck a bit as well here, because that's what we would get. So yeah, the chin is coming closer to the mouth. We've got that shadow underneath the bottom lip where the plane changes. We will bring deeper colours into the lip to describe the anatomy. So a lot of the rest is rendering, at least in the face. I still haven't liquefied the body. I do like the sort of the rendering style. I like how there's a lot of brush strokes that you can still see, and it creates this kind of like storybook like texture, I guess. So because the nose bridge is close to the front of the face, I'm going to lighten the shadows that show the eye socket. I'm going to lighten that. I'm going to bring it all closer together. There's also a lot of hue variation, which is nice. And I'm just going to soften all of this and then we'll paint over it. I think there's blue lights shining on this bottom left of the face, but it does make her look like she's kind of got a beard, or like a 5 o'clock shadow. So I'll be tweaking that as well. Gonna bring her neck closer to her jaw because I feel like they look too far away, so I'm just gonna make the values a bit more similar. I feel like the mouth needs to move a bit towards the center line a bit more. It's a bit to the left. Yeah, it'll take some more noodling, but that's generally the shape of the face. So also this one has a background. This paint over has a background, so I'll need to try and keep that looking intact. Sorry, I hope that wasn't loud. I love an OC with different coloured eyes just because. So another thing I'll be doing is making the gap between the eyes and the eyebrows a bit larger, because when you're looking from below, that generally happens. And I feel like her looking straight forward, like straight on at you, the gap between the eyebrows and the eyes would be more than the average anyway. And then finally, I get rid of this croissant. I'm just gonna do that. Which made me realise it's just not in the middle of her head at all. And I know it's supposed to be. So I will fix that. Just gonna get rid of this croissant. Alright. She is now connected with the moon rather than French pastry. Let's move this across. So I'm using her eyebrows to guide where the middle of her face really is. That looks about right. Cool. To be fair, well done. Like, wait, how old was I? 14? No, 2019. Oh, I would have been like 14 or 15. That's crazy. Really? Yeah. Wow. No, but to be fair, this perspective is like a really tough one. It's still tricky for me to do. So, at least I was being brave. Nowadays I just stick to drawing safe stuff. She's looking very nice so far. The eye whites are a lot better this time. Still need darkening a little. And then surprisingly, I didn't do like a bright highlight, which just does so much. So I'm gonna do that in light blue. I'm also gonna add a little bit of the environmental colors into her eyes. And darken the top. And then, because I've gone for more of a realistic style with this piece, I'm going to create the... oh, what's that called? The under bit of your eyelashes. Like, that little... yeah, pink lid bit. Yeah. Also highlighting the fatty part under her eyebrows. As I said before, they're definitely highlighted a lot in portraits. They protrude. Like you can see here. It's nice little area to get some light. I really don't like her nose. I think I just need to widen it. It's very weird and pinched. So I'm just gonna widen it. Actually, moving it to the right a bit helped a lot. Still weird. Yeah, that's better. This is definitely the most challenging one so far. We're working with quite a different angle. So because of the angle of the head, I'm going to make this corner of the mouth less visible than the other one. I'm also going to give her a really sharp cupid's bow because I feel like that's a fun feature. And I feel like face-wise the design could be a bit more different. I'm bringing the base of the nose and the lips closer. Yeah, this would be a great time to find some reference, but I'm very lazy. So instead, I'm just gonna move it around. It's a bit better. Maybe it's the the chin. Let's try and bring some highlight into that chin. And then down to the face. That's so much better. Oh my goodness. And then the donut shape with the corners of the mouth. We love the donut shape. Okay, time to get some smoothness back in. There we go. So I will be bringing in some hue variation in a little while. For now, I'm just making sure everything's blending nicely and the face is getting described in a way I like by all of these colors. Getting that silhouette back in the face. There we go. Yeah, bring some light back to this part of the forehead. I think whatever I was kind of unsure of, I put in shadow. Yeah, I think it's sort of coming together again. I think I could push the eyes up a little bit more, like that. And then, yeah, we will make a fun graphical shape with the hair. I overdid how far away the eyebrows are away from the eyes, so I'll just bring that down a bit. Yeah, so if we do a before and after, I think there's interesting parts of the face that have gone, but overall the structure's a lot better, the form's better. The colours, I would like to add more definitions to bring back some interest though. So I'm gonna darken this part of the eye white. And bring some brightness into the eye socket highlight. And I'm gonna darken this area. Darken these areas. I think I was obsessed with like red lipstick at the time, not sure why. I mean, I don't mind it, but maybe like a darker red, like that. Nah. And a matte red is a bit too modern. Okay, I'm gonna add some hue variation now. So a bit of red around the cheeks. Maybe more of an orangey. Yeah, that looks nice. And the nose. And then around the jaw, it's a bit bluer. around the eyes is a bit bluer, and the nose bridge. And then it's a little bit yellow around the mouth and a little bit in the forehead. So yeah, the form is more obvious. It's definitely been simplified in terms of style. I'll bring the ear back in that's just been melted in the process. Maybe she can have a bit of a pointy ear, just a little bit. Alright, let's fix this anatomy. So let's bring up this sketch. I'm just gonna liquefy and try and follow my sketch that I made. So yeah, we'll give her some traps. Give her a bit more of a neck. And give her shoulders some more structure. A bit of a tricep, bit of a bicep. See some of her back. And then her pelvis coming up here. A bit of a tum, then rib cage. A sternum, that always helps. I will deal with the croissant later. Okay, so if I hide this layer, it's a lot better already. Yeah, like I don't mind the rendering style at all. It's kind of nice. It's definitely different to what I do now. And it takes more time to what I do now. I think really it's just, I just want to work on the silhouette, to be honest. because as nice as the rendering is, it's very flat on her skin. I think what is nice is that simplifying the brushstrokes on the skin does sort of bring the skin parts of the painting away from everything else, because as much as I kind of like the style of the rendering, it does make everything have the same texture, and it kind of makes everything look like it's the same material. So it is nice to separate from that a little bit. She's still got quite a long neck, but it's not like jarring. I don't mind it. It's fine. So we go before and after. Yeah. Adding a bit more foam here is nice as well. I do like how it goes from blue to warm a lot, like cool to warm, which is nice. I don't mind that the edge here kind of disappears into the blue light. I think that's quite nice. And then again, it's kind of like the armor is stuck on her skin. So in terms of silhouette, her armor isn't really doing much there. So I'm just gonna change that. yeah, like here's a good example where just her actual body and then the armor is just like molded together like a World of Warcraft character. Yeah, just a little bit of separation goes a long way. Now, this pastry. I'm gonna destroy that shape first, because my god. There we go. And we're just gonna make it a two-sided metal... what are they called? Whew. What are they called? The things you throw and then they come back at you. Frisbee? Yeah, frisbee. I'm just gonna make a two-faced metal frisbee. Much better. Okay. Yeah, again, I'm gonna separate the metal here to the like petals that she's wearing. I would be surprised if I actually came up with this outfit though, because I think it's very cute. But I reckon something tells me it's like World of Warcraft or something. Okay, let us fix this area. Gonna add some clouds, because I can. I like how there's a glow around her, a blue glow around her face. I think it helps a lot with the focus. I watched a lot of Aaron Blaze, which helped me with that mentality of breaking things down. So, like when tackling lighting, you can do things in steps. Makes things a lot easier. So I recommend Aaron Blaze for all of that good stuff. He's really, really good at using textures. Using textures and color and lighting, he's really great. And he does YouTube, has so many tutorials on there for free. And then if you want to support him, he has a website where he will sell some courses. Sometimes he has guests and they talk about what they specialize in. It's awesome. It's really awesome. So with the hair, I'm going to just try and create some fun graphical shapes that support the portrait that we have so far. It's also nice, it's a nice way to add some contrast to the focus, which is the face area, at least. Just to bring your eyes up here. Not exactly sure what this hairstyle is, which means I'm not very confident with the strokes that I'm putting down. So I'm just gonna noodle for a bit until I see something and then go, yeah, let's do that. Right, so far I'm gathering that there's like this fringe that she has in front of her ponytail. I'm gonna have parts of it come down on the other side of her face too. It's a nice way to frame her eyes a little bit. Okay, so let's noodle on the hairline a little bit. So I think showing where the fringe is starting is a nice way to make everything come together. And working on the transition from hair to skin a little bit. There we go. So we got before and after. I feel like she would have some cool earrings. Give me more earrings. I'm just gonna give her some moon earrings. We're gonna repeat the shape. Yeah, maybe we can repeat the shape down here too. Some moons, moon shapes. In character design, it's a good thing to sort of establish some key shapes you're using and then just try and dot them around. Try and have them everywhere. So here's a good example of where I can fit another slim moon. There we go. 2 more slim moons. There we are. Can even sort of bring this all together and just have a little moon highlight. Yeah, and other than that, just working on the hair shape. I think bringing this into the skull a little bit more is nice, and creating little flyaways. This is nice what I have down here, some flyaways that way as well. I'm gonna do this in a faded color so it looks like it's a bit far away. And then just creating more of an interesting ponytail. I think here sort of fading as well would be cool. So with breaking shapes, which is really nice, we have like a really good opportunity to do that with her hair accessory. I'll do that just once I've done this. Alright, so I feel more wind with this sort of hair now. It feels more hair-like with the breaks. I think I could create more of a face here. Same on the other side. Maybe not there, maybe more so in the middle here. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that's lovely. Okay, so with this hair accessory, we could just grab it and break a shape. Just take it out of the hair silhouette. And then we can cut into it, so it's not just a simple, you know, feather thing. We can add some contrast with the darker color. And we can break into it up here as well. And then just connect it with these smoky beads. So then not only does the change create more movement, it also it breaks the shape. It kind of suggests that there's wind as well, which is nice. So another thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna draw where this is coming from, because at the moment it's just appearing out of her hair. I'm gonna create, yeah, kind of copying how her ponytail is being held together. I'm also gonna thicken this because she has a lot of hair and you would need a pretty thick band. So I'm gonna thicken that. And gonna add some depth to this accessory that I've just added. Lovely. So, yeah. I think overall I'm just gonna darken the skin. Already this kept that up. Okay, darken the skin a little bit because it kind of looks like it got lighter, bony a little bit. So I'm just gonna overlay this and literally just have it like at 20, 12 even, 12%, like that. And then I can use this to create more contrast and erase the sort of lighter parts of the face. Okay, and the last thing that I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna try and select the silhouette of our person here. And I'm gonna just relax the details in the shadows a little bit because we don't need them. Just creating some basic shadow shapes of like the main components in these areas. Yeah, I think that just does a nice job of directing where you should look a bit more. Oh, my old logo. Old signature. Well, still my signature, but... but I drew it back then. All those years ago. Okay, so another thing we can do just to separate the what's it called? The hip and the arm. Is just to create like a little gradient. Just like that. And then finally, said I was done, I'm not. I'm gonna create a literal gradient. I want it to be like a light blue. I'm just gonna do that. Is it doing it? No, it's not. Why? Drawing, editing layer. Oh, blend mode, erase. Nope, normal. Huh. Oh, I see. That is why. If I group these. Lovely. Whoops. Ooh. Warm is very nice. I don't know why this would be the, like, what would make this appear, but it's nice. So it doesn't matter? No. Well, I definitely know where I'm looking when I see this, so that's good. Yeah, there's more things I could do to this, but I kind of just want to leave it as is. So we have oh. If I put all of this in a folder again. Nice. There we go. Lovely. And I'll also put the new little stamp that I put on my drawings. Bonk. Right, please. Thank you. Lovely. Yeah, I'm very happy with that. So if we move this to the side. Cool. So that's the before and after with that one. Just move that in there. There we go. Yeah, okay, so I'll do an overview of the changes I made with this one and the last one. So with this one, there was a lot of change to the anatomy. She's still got a long neck in the new one, but giving her some traps helps a lot. So if I've got this, oh, I need to scale this up as well. So yeah, if I've got this on top, you can see what I mean. We have these muscles here and here. More of a defined shoulder shape. Just to suggest some anatomy going on, so you can see that. Her head was quite large before as well. Her hair wasn't really thought out, so I changed that to more of a graphical shape again to help the portrait. Although I like the style of the rendering, so it's kept in a lot of the clothes, I've used a soft style for the skin, mostly because it's easier to touch up or repaint over, but also because the textures were all the same in the old one, so all of the materials looked the same. The metal looks the same as the skin, the petals look the same as the skin, everything just blends together, the hair looks the same as the skin on the face, everything. So in that sense, it's nice to have a bit of change in your materials that you're suggesting. My favourite change is that she no longer has a croissant on her head, a glowing croissant, so that's great. She also doesn't have one on her sternum anymore either, so that's great. Yeah, her boobs were a bit kind of a bit too high, and our left was higher, quite a lot higher than the right, so I kind of just, I've set that all together There's more of a rib cage in this new one as well. And a back, you can see the lats from this angle. Yeah. I added gradients as as my finishing touches. I added a multiply gradient to go from the bottom up, and then a color dodge mixed with an overlay from the top down. So overall, if you squint your eyes, it's very easy to see that I want you to look at her face in this new one. Whereas in the old one, it's kind of all over the place. I'm looking at the glowing croissant, and then I'm looking at her boobs. I'm looking at the neck piece here, but it's kind of like, it's not that obvious where you should be looking. So gradients does a nice quick job of helping with that. And then her clothes were just mostly stuck to her skin. You can see here the neck. This is supposed to be, I believe, like a metal sort of necklace thing to go on top. You see here the shoulder, just sort of, it all just blends together. So I create these divides, which helps the silhouette a lot. Makes them a lot more interesting. Here on the shoulder you can see. And then once I had that moon shape established, I've repeated it in other places, on an earring, here on the shoulder, a highlight there, and yeah. With character design, it's good to choose some shapes to repeat. So the beads are repeated on the shoulder pad, that's nice. The oval gems are repeated down her body here. I would like to think that I designed this, but I'd be really surprised if I did. It might just be a World of Warcraft costume. Who knows? Maybe someone will recognize it and tell me. But yeah, it was a fun one to do. So the last one that we have is this. I know. Trigger warning. I still have the process video for this. I remember being really proud that the teeth looked so realistic, and I still think they look good. But yeah, everything else, the hair, the eye, the nose, this, whatever this is, I will improve it, but not today. I have done 4 improvements today. I'm very proud of myself. An hour of it was muted, but you know. I recommend this challenge to anyone who kind of wants to remember how they've improved. Yeah, and it's a nice way to think critically of your own work because you have improved, so it's like when you've got 5 years in between the paintings, you will be happy with the outcome, even if when you start a new painting, you think, oh, this new painting could be better. Well, just change like a 5-year-old painting and you'll be very happy. So, yeah. Nah, it doesn't need the soft light there. So, yes. I will be ending the stream here. And I will be chopping up the footage that I get and hopefully make like a well-rounded-ish video. This is my first time sort of painting over any work. So it's been great, but it does mean that it's, you know, it's hard for me to know what to say, really. But yeah, thank you for watching. It's lovely, and I